Good day coders, welcome back to Coding Along with Buggery. In this video, we'll be building this awesome budgeting web app using Angular. But before I actually carry on, I would like to give some credits to this awesome channel called Net Ninja, where I got inspiration from to building this web app. So they've actually got a React version where they build this budgeting app. And if you want a link to their actual complete system, you'll actually get it from this URL. So now taking you through the demo. So what basically happens over here is we have a create an account. So here you can just fill in your name of your account. So this is Buggery in this instance. The moment you hit create, what happens, this takes you to the home page where you can create your budget. So I've got like a budget that I'm gonna put here, which is grocery, and I'll just allocate $1,000 for that. The moment you hit create a budget, this will just basically add a card over here. So if I were to create another one, which is called house, and this would be like 2,000, you'll see we create another card over here with another color, and say now I just say food, and for food I'll just allocate $300. So now you can also carry on and actually add a bit of some expenses. So for instance, I'll say this is bread, and for bread this is probably gonna cost me $50 just. Right, so if I add that expense, this will move the progress bar over here and also add an expense at the bottom there. So I say I want some drinks or a drink, and for a drink this is $30, but this is allocated to food, and the moment I add that, that should do that. So let me just add a couple of things like electricity. Okay, my spelling won't be right because I'm just rushing through this. So that, and say I bought a mop, which is 200, added to the house, and that. So we also have these recent expenses. This will show all your expenses, and if you want to view more of your budget, you can actually go to this details page. This will also show you the budget, whereby you can also add some stuff here. So if I bought water, which is costing me like, let's say $400, the moment I add, this also does the changes on this side. I can go ahead and delete, or if I don't want this budget anymore, we've got a delete functionality here, which will just remove it from also the home page. We can also delete the expense. Say for instance, this is food, and we just add a random expense here. You'll see what will happen is if I go to the home page and if I delete one expense, this change should also reflect on this side. So if I delete that, and we also have another functionality in the app where the user can actually delete the account. So the moment they hit that delete, this should take them back to the home page. So basically this is what we're going to be building in this video. And in case you're wondering, we've got this special thing that's image here at the bottom. So if you want to support my channel, you can scan this QR code, which is a buy me a coffee, and you can just basically donate to the channel. But with all that being said, if you are new to the channel, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Now let's get to the actual code. Alright coders, before I jump into anything, let me walk you through the packages you'll need to install to get this working. So the first thing is running these npm install commands over here to get your Tailwind CSS and all your auto prefixer. You'll also need to initialize your Tailwind CSS using this npmx command, and also install your UUID. So once you've actually ran this command over here, this will actually go ahead and create your tailwind.config file. So there's a couple of things that are already set up prior to the video. So this is how you'll set up like your actual custom colors. So this is colors, right, from my themes. So I extended my themes, I added colors. You can take a moment and pause this video and you'll add these custom HSL colors, and you'll see how I actually utilize this in the project. So the next thing that I'll move to is actually setting up my project structure. So how I go about setting up my project structure, so I like to have my components. So I'll just come here to app, create a folder. So this is just called components folder. I also like to have my pages. I'll have gods or god. I'll add another one which is like interfaces. So inside my interfaces, I'll also have like my models and my UI config folder. So I've got those folders set up. Now I'll also need to add where my services are gonna go. So this is gonna be my services folder. So yeah, this is quite good. So now we can go ahead and actually try to create my actual accounts page. So how I go about that is, since this project is up and running, I'll just npm nope. So this is cd into my source app, then this will go to my pages. So I'll just ng generate. So let me just go ahead and just generate all the pages I'll need. So I'll ng generate generate a home component. Okay, after that I'll just ng generate another component which is going to be called my budget details page. I'll also ng generate a component which is called my create account component. Okay, all of this will be working with local storage. So I've actually went ahead and created these components, or pages I should rather say. So now the next thing that now I can go ahead is going to my actual home page and going ahead and creating this. So how do I do that? So for my home page, I know that I'm gonna need like a couple of things, which is services as well. So if I just cd into my app, then services, so here I'll just ng generate a service which is called my user service, and I think this is what I'm gonna need for now. Okay, awesome. So let's see if this still runs. So now we can just go ahead and come to my actual routes and set up routes that we're gonna need. So in here in my routes, I'll just set up these pages routes that I'm gonna need. So here I'll just need to specify a path. So this is path. So for an empty path, and we'll have a path matcher which say if it matches a full path, redirect to my home page. So this comes in a form of an array. So let me just fix this. This comes in a form of an array. Let me just try to also fix that. And here the next one would be a path. So this path would be the home page that we're actually redirecting to, and we want to set up like a component to say it's a home page. Okay, awesome. So once that is done, so we just need to create some other pages. So this is for the home page. this will be for the detail page, and this will also accept an ID in the URL, and we'll also have like a create account page where the user actually creates the account. So here we'll just render the create account component. Over here we'll have a budget detail component, and yeah, this is basically what we need. So if I were to come here, let me just close this. So if I were to come over here to my actual website, you'll see, or web app, you'll see that I'm redirected to the home page, but there's a couple of things that I'll need to probably just remove. So let's do this, remove everything there, and this should still work. So but what I want to first do is go to my create component and basically change those. So how do I do that? So in my create component, which is the first page that I'll be building, so I'll just create account container, which is just going to be a div. And since I'm using Tailwind CSS, I'll just say this is going to be a flex. Right, so this is going to be set up to flex P6. The width is going to be set to a full width. The height is going to be set to a full height. We're going to say justify our content to center, and we're going to align our items to center everything. So then the next thing over in here, we'll have like a container. Inside this container, we'll set up like a flex and a gap of 8. Okay, so this will horizontally, so this will display flex and just set a row and column gap of 8. And then we'll just have like our left section. So this is going to be for our left section and our right section over here. So yeah, so currently, even if we go to the site, you won't see much. So let's go ahead and actually create some stuff that's going to go in there. So what we'll have like an h1 tag. Inside our h1 tag, we'll have like a take control of, then just text that's gonna render in there, and then this will be your money. Awesome. So now you should see something which is not properly styled, but we'll just handle that now. So we'll need to probably add a bit of some stylings in the left section. So we'll say this is flex, and flex column, which is the display flex, will be set up to the flex direction will be column, and then we'll just flex 1, and the gap y will be set to 4. Right, so one thing you should note is when you hover on these, this should basically give you what you actually the actual styles of it, right? Because we've actually configured our project to use Tailwind CSS. So once you hover on it, it should give you that. But we might be seeing like a bit of like an issue. But let me just go ahead and just add my class, and I'll say this is 2XL. Right, nope. So this is gonna be set up to a 72 pixels. So this is gonna be my font size is 72 pixels. This is font. This is gonna be set up to bold, and then over here we'll just have a class with the color. So this is gonna be our text custom. So this is gonna be set to custom HSL dash accent. So where this is coming from is from over here in my Tailwind CSS config file. So this is coming from these colors that I've actually extended, and it's coming from this accent color. So if I go ahead and save this, come here, you'll see that there's no styles applied, but we know what would be causing that. So the reason why we're getting that is because in our global styles we haven't actually imported our actual Tailwind things that are going to allow us to actually use Tailwind. So now we see that this is going to be rendered nicely. So let's go ahead back to my actual class over here. So that's what we need. So we'll have that h1 tag, we'll have a p tag over here, which will have like a class of text to XL. So this is just set up to 24 pixels. The font size will be 24 pixels, and I'll just have this text over here. Awesome. So now you should see text underneath that. Then the next thing we'll do is actually create like an input tag. So this is for actual input. So for the placeholder of my input, I'll say enter account name. Okay, that's what we need for entering the account name. That's going to be set up to a text. And yeah, so you'll see we've got like our actual text over here. So for now, let me just focus on building the skeleton for this. So underneath there, I'll have like a button. So within this button, I'll just create some stuff, right? So I'll have like a class, which is btn, which is a class that I'm going to create in my global CSS. For the background color of this button, I'll just use this custom text. This is going to be for the background. The text color will be set up to white. The border will be none. Width should be set up to fit that width, and then the text size should be 19 pixels. So that's what we need. And then in here I'll just have like a create account. So this would be like a create account button. You'll see I have the button, which is not that proper because I haven't actually created this class over here. So okay, so the next thing that I'm gonna do is actually, I've got like an SVG that I'm gonna use right here. So this SVG is what's gonna create like this icon, just kind of nice, even though I haven't actually worked on those stylings. So okay, so the next thing here in my right section, I'll just render an image. So this is gonna come from my assets. Then this is budgeting dot, so it's underscore set dot pn, so it's jpg. Okay, so if I come over here, so this is coming from assets. Let's see, so this should be assets, that, and then this should be budgeting. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. Maybe I might have spelled it wrong. Okay, awesome. So this should render all of that content like that. Okay, so now there should be like a couple of things that I probably need to do. Is in the right section here, I'll also set this to flex 1. That should render it properly, but I'll need to fix this input. So how I go about doing that is there's a couple of classes that I'll need to create here, right? The first one is my btn class, and the next one will be my input selector class, which is going to be all my inputs and my selector classes that I'm going to be using throughout the app. So how I do that is I want to create this class, but I also want to use Tailwind CSS applied to the class. So how I do that is I'll add like a layer to my component, right? And then I just create the actual class that I want to use. And then in here, I'll say apply. So this apply will allow me to use Tailwind CSS, right? So here I'll say this is going to be flex. My gap is going to be set up to, so it's gap x2, right? So my border is going to be set up to 2. So this is the border width. So this is my item center, rounded. So this is going to be this. I think this is going to be my border radius over here. So this is my border radius. So my outline is set to none. My hover state, I want to say no. No outline. No underline. Okay. Then my padding over here will be saying for my padding Y, I just want to set it to 2, which is going to be 8 pixels. And my padding X is going to be set up to, this should be 16 pixels. Okay, so I also want to set a cursor pointer. So when someone hovers on that specific button, that should create that cursor pointer. So now you should see that my button is styled out nicely. Okay, so the next thing is actually styling out my actual input input tag. Okay, so if I were to go back here, I'll see here I'm not actually using the class, which is input select. Right, so this is input select class. So I'll need to go to my global CSS styles and actually now do this styling. So the same thing applies here. I'll use this apply. The width will be set up to a full width. My border will set up to a custom HSL background. So if you go to the config, you should see this color, or if you hover, right, it should show us that color. So then I'll set a border to 2. So that's my border width. And then I'll have the same here, which is going to be my padding, X and Y, my rounded border. So my border radius over here is going to be set to 4 pixels. So my text should be, let's see, if I say SM, what is that? So that's 14 is the MD. Nope. Okay, let me just use 16 pixels. Then I'll set a border solid. So that's my border style. So my border color would be, border color will come from this custom muted color, and then outline none. Awesome. So now if I go back to my application, you should see that I should have all of that. So now this first page is styled out really nice. So let's go back here. Over here we know that the width is set up to that. And yeah, so this is all proper. So this is set up all proper. So let me just say, let's see, if I say height fit, if the height fits, so what would happen? So this is, okay, so this is items, center. So let's see what happens, okay? So if I were to hover onto this, okay, this gives us everything we need, which should be fine. Okay, Awesome. So now that we see that we have all we need for that styling over there, now we can just go ahead and actually implement the functionality for creating an account. So how do we do that? So the first thing that we'd want to do is actually create a form group. So this will be our account form, right, which is going to use a form group. So this form group will equal to a new form group. And inside my form group, I'll have like form controls, right? So in my form group, I'll need to have my actual name, new form control. Okay, awesome. So once we come over here, okay, we'll see something, right? So how do I then do this, right? So I know that I've got a name over here, so this would be empty if it starts off, and then I want to have like some sort of validators to say that this field is actually required, right? So awesome, this field is required. And now to use this form group, I'll basically need to actually use this form group and then say this is coming from my account form. Okay, now we see like an issue over here. So what's causing this issue is because we need to import like our reactive form. So once we actually now import our reactive form, you'll see that we can then utilize that. So awesome. The next thing that we'll need is creating like a function which will be triggered on clicking this button. So this function, so on click of this button, we'll call a function which we'll call it create account. So we'll call this create account function, and in our TS folder we'll just use this create account function. Okay, awesome. Now that we've actually utilized this, but we want to have some sort of validator on this button that says if this form is not valid, meaning if a person doesn't actually input anything in this text field, then we want to disable this button. Okay, so how do we do that? So to add that validator, we'll just have like a disabled. This button should be disabled only if the account form dot is invalid. So when the account form is invalid, we should see something. So you can see over here when the account form is invalid. So let me just do something, right? Let me just have a console log here and just say console.log, and we'll say this is clicked. We'll call this clicked. Okay, so the moment I click, you won't see any console log because that button is actually disabled. But would want to actually show that styling. So how we do that is we'll need to also cater for that disabled style. So we'll have like a button. We'll have a button. And in here, we'll just say and if it's disabled, we want to set the background color or the background set up to gray. And then the cursor shouldn't be pointer. It should be set up to auto. So now you should see something. So when this is invalid, this button should be grayed out because it's disabled. But when the user starts typing something over here, okay, interesting. So we see that it's actually not responding to it because the input here doesn't know of that name form control. So how we can let it know is in here we'll need to say specify a form control name, and we say this form control will use this name. So this name is coming from this account form, right? So the moment we save now, and we actually come here, and the moment I enter the name and click, now you'll see click. Okay, so now the next thing we would want to do is go ahead and create our functions in our actual user service. Okay, so what are we going to do? So we're going to be storing all these stuff that's interacting in this application in local storage. So that's what we're going to utilize, right? So we want to set an item in the local storage. So what I like is I like to have like constant variables that actually store the strings of the item that we're going to be storing in our local storage. So this item is going to be called our user. Okay, so in here, this is going to be called user. There's a couple of classes that I want to inject over here, which is the first one would be this Angular router. Okay, so we know that we're gonna have an add user function. So in this add user function, this will accept like a name. We'll have a get user function, and we'll have a delete user function, and we'll have a delete user account function, and we'll have is logged in. So this is logged in. This is to check if this user is logged in or not. So how do we do this, right? So we gonna create a user. I like to have my stuff set up like the user object. I'll want to create an interface for that. So how I go about that is I'll go to my interfaces. So inside my interfaces, I'll go to my models and I'll create an interface. So this is going to be my user.interface.ts file. Awesome. So in here, I'll just have an export interface. This is my user interface. My user interface, and there's a couple of things that I'm just gonna add, so which is just two keys, right? So the first one is gonna be my ID, and the second one will just be my name. Okay, so I'll go back to my service. So over here I'll just say user. So in my actual user service, I'll just say user of this interface user. Okay, awesome. Then this will just equal to, then I can just utilize this. So now the question is, how do we then generate the ID? So this is going to be using the package that I've actually told you to import, which is coming from UUID. So we're going to use this v4 as UUID v4, right? So we just don't want to access this directly, so we'll just use this. So this is going to then call this function. Okay, awesome. So once we've actually done that, we know that we just also need to pass in the user ID. Okay, let me just go ahead and save that. So in my local storage, I'll just set an item in local storage, and this is going to be coming from this user over here, and JSON stringify my user object. So this is the one that I just created right now. Okay, awesome. Now I've added a user. So when I want to get my user object, I'll just get, because it's already stringified in local storage, so I'll just need to is it deserialize it? Yes, deserialize it. So it's JSON dot parse, then I'll have local storage dot get item, and this dot user. Right, but what this wants is or This is just gonna be an empty object as, because I wanted to know that it's coming in as a, can I do something like that? Yes, as a user interface. Okay, so that's what I need there. And then for deleting my account, I'll just basically need to delete everything. So I can just go ahead and just delete, clear my local storage. That shouldn't be a problem. And also route to my create account. So this is just going to be, so route to navigate by URL, then create account page. This is basically, if I delete the account, I just want to kick the user out. And then how I actually check if a user is logged in or not is I'll just use this object.keys. Okay, because I know that in my local storage, right, it's either I'll get an object, right, with the ID and the name, which is just that user object, or if there's nothing, right, I'll just have this empty object. So the reason why I'm using this object keys, I'm just trying to check if the object I'm getting back from this .get user, when I get the user, I want to check if it's empty. So if this object is not empty, so if the keys, because this object keys is just gonna turn it into an array, so if the length of it is greater than 0, then we know that this user is logged in. Okay, so now let's go ahead to our actual create account TS folder and basically create the account. So awesome. So what do we do here? So this is gonna be utilizing our user service. So we'll just need a constructor over here. So this constructor will just say user private user service, which is user service, and also a private router, which is coming from router. Okay, awesome. So now we'll just have a user service dot add a user. So when we add a user, the only thing we know that we want to pass over here is the name. So how do we get this name from this form? So we can just say form dot value. So this is the value of the form, and just pass it that form name. So the name from that object. So what this will do is just get the objects. We'll get the form as an object, and then I'm just trying to access the name. And then router dot navigate, so I'll just navigate to my home page if I'm logged in. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to test this out. So what is gonna happen? So just enter my surname over there, and if I click, this sends me to the home page as expected. Okay, so what do I want to do, right? So the next thing I would want to first add before I carry on to the home page is actually having my auth guard, right? Because I mean, currently, even if I were to clear this local storage, if I reload my home page, the user can be logged in, and we don't want that. So we want to set up in such a way that if a user is not supposed to be logged in, right, or not authenticated. I know this is not a proper authentication, but if a user is not authenticated, then we just want to kick them out. So how do we do that? So in here, we'll just stop this application, cd into source, app guards, and then we'll just generate a guard, ng generate a guard, which is going to be our auth guard, and we'll set this to can activate. Okay, we know that this, let's see, inside our guards, this should have been created. So how do we then go ahead and do this, right? So we know that we're gonna So we're gonna need like some sort of like a router. So we'll need to inject. So here we'll just inject our router. So nope. So this is coming from this. So we'll just inject our router and also our user service, right? Because if they're not authenticated, we'll use the router to just route them out. Then we'll also use our user service over here. So this user service is to determine whether if a user is logged in or not. Okay, awesome. So now how do we do this, right? So we'll just use a user service and check if is logged in, right? So if the user is logged in is set up to false, then we just want to return false, right? Meaning this guy is returning false because they are not authenticated, and we just want to route them out. So we say router.navigate by URL, and this will just send them to the create account screen. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and actually see this in action. Awesome. So now if I just go ahead and just ng-serve. Okay, so I'm doing this on purpose, right? So if I reload this page, you see it's not kicking me out. So this is because I haven't yet set up my routes to do that. So how do we do this? We'll go to my app routes here, and then I have a can activate my home page, and in here this will pass it an array of auth guards. So here I'm just using this auth guard. So I want the home page and the detail page to be yes. So now you can see what happens. So if I were to try to go to the home page, it will kick me out. If I try to go to like details and then anything, that should kick me out as well. Okay, awesome. So if I go to the home page now, I just need to create this account. If I create an account, since I have an account now, I can go ahead to the home page. Alright, so what is the next thing that I'll do is try to create like my top nav first. So here I'll just cd into source app components, because somehow I'll need to create my top navigation. So this will be generator component, which is nav bar. So this will just go ahead and create my navigation bar. Okay, let's see in my components, do I have my nav bar? And that's all good now. Okay, so in here I'll just need this nav. The class is coming from flex. Justify content will be set up to space between. When I align my items, I want to set them up to center, and the padding top and bottom should be set up to 6, which is just 24 pixels. Okay, so what do I then have? I'll have like my logo section over here, and I'll also have my button section. So I'll also have like my button section over here. Okay, now interesting, what do I have in here? So I'll just set up my padding to padding 2, cursor. So this is going to be my cursor. So cursor pointer flex, and then items center. Right, and then I'm going to set my gap X, which is just my horizontal gap, is going to be set up to 2. And that's all, which is just basically my column gap that I'm setting up there. So I'll just need to add like an image. So I'll have an image tag right here. If you want, you can take a moment and actually pause, but I'll also share a link to this repo. So okay, so this is just gonna be for my image. This is gonna be my width and height of this logo image that I'm gonna have in there, and then I'm just gonna then have the name of the application. So this is gonna be set up to home budget. So class. So this is text P R. Okay, awesome. Okay, so this is the font weight set up to bold, and then this is gonna be my actual font size. Yeah guys, so currently my channel is not monetized, so if you've gotten this far and you want to support, please take a moment. You can go to the description. I've got a link to my buy me a cup of coffee, and you can just send through your donations. I really appreciate that. So moving forth, the next thing is adding in here my if. So this is gonna be my if check. So we'll only show this delete section if the user is logged in. Let me see something. Nope. I think the nav bar should only be shown if the user is actually logged in, right? Yeah, that should be how it should go. But I'll actually see something. Okay, awesome. Now let's see. So we've got this button over here, which is a clickable. So this will just use this user. Okay, this will just use a user service delete account. Okay, so for now, let's just first create the actual button. So this will use the BTN. Remember, we created this BTN class in my global styles, and we'll use a BTN warning, right? So this is basically gonna be the styling for this button. So inside there, we'll just have a delete user. Alright, and then after that, just utilize this SVG, which is just a bin image. So now if I go ahead and ng serve, okay, that's fine for now. Okay, so if I come in here, let's go to my actual, then I'll just utilize my nav bar. Okay, so this should complain because I'll then need to import this, and let's just close everything. Okay, now you can see that I've got my navigation bar, but the button here is not looking all proper, but we know what's the reasoning behind that. It's because we haven't actually created the stylings for that BTN warning button. So how we go ahead and do that is over here we'll just have a BTN. Alright, so this is BTN warning. Okay, let's see. So it's BTN warning button. So this will also apply. So our actual Tailwind CSS. So this is going to be solid border custom warning. And then this is going to be width should be fit. Our text would be a custom warning. Our background color should be our custom warning opacity. So this should be set up to our custom warning opacity, and then this would be our hover state. So when we hover on that button, we want to have a background, so it's background color of our custom warning, so it's background custom warning. And when I have a hover on text and change the actual text, so the text would be white. Okay, this should be fine. So now you should see, so the moment I hover on this button, you should see now it's actually applying those stylings, which is a great thing. Okay, so what is the next thing that we'll probably want to add? Okay, so let me just firstly create all my global CSS classes. So over here I'll have like an input form class and this text input container class here, which will just apply a width of a full screen width. Okay, then we'll have a couple of other classes here, so I'll just use a red text class, so this will apply our text red of 700. So I'll just use this red. Then we'll have a red background. Okay, so we'll just apply this red background color. Okay, let me just do this real quick. So we'll have like a red background, so we'll have a red border. Guess you can take a moment and pause that and actually do that. So we'll have an amber text, we'll have an amber background, right? We'll have an amber background, we'll have an amber border color, and you'll see like later on where we're actually using these, right? So basically here we're gonna have a blue text color, and you should probably see like a bit of a repetition here, so it's a blue background color and a blue border color. So this should also be a blue border color. Okay, awesome. So that's what we need. And yeah, this is what we need in our actual global CSS colors. Okay, so now that we've actually now created my actual button, I'll need to go ahead and implement like our actual delete. So how do we do that? So in here, which is our actual nav bar, we'll just need to have a public user service, right, which is user service. So we're injecting our user service in here, but we need to ensure that it's public so we can use it in our actual HTML. So how do we do that is in here we'll just utilize our click and that. So this will be click. Once we actually click on this should call that function. And yeah, so now if we go back here in our actual class and we click this delete, this should take us back to the home page. But now we'll see like an issue, right? So over here we should have like an if check if user service dot is logged in, only if it's logged in. Okay, awesome. So we want to only show that delete button if the user is logged in. So now if I were to log in, yes, delete that account, then I should be logged out again. Okay, awesome. think now since that is done, we can go ahead to our actual home page and create a couple of things. So now if I go to the home page, so I can just have a home container right here. Then I can have a padding X of 10. Can have a flex, display, so the flex direction will be set up to column, and the gap, so this is just gonna be my column gap over here, is gonna be set up to 8 pixels. So this is fine. So I'll have an h1 tag. So in my h1 tag, I'll just have a class in here which is gonna be my text 7XL, and my font would be set up to bold. So I'll have a text which says welcome back, and then I'll have a span in here. So this span will just basically display my name. Okay, this will display my name, but in here I also need to have like a text color, which is just gonna be accent color. So I'll just do it as an accent color, and I'll need to utilize, obviously I need to get that username, so I'll need to inject my user service over here. It should be public user service, which is coming from this user service. So if I go back here, I should have user.get user. So I'm using this get user function. So let me just take it to a new line. So get user function, and in my get user function, I just need to ensure that I just extract the name from there. So you'll see this will just display my name. So if I say this is set up to our bug array, so if I log in, this will say welcome back bug array. So this is all good. Okay, so I like this. So what's the next thing that we would probably then want to do? So the next thing we'll want to add over here is a section, right? So we'll have like a section over here which is going to be our input container section. So I'll just have an input container section. Okay, so this will just have a flex, display flex, right? The width, so the width would be set up to 100%. The gap, which is the column gap, will be set up to 8 pixels. Not 8 pixels, but this should be 32 pixels. And then the margin top will be set up to 6, which is 24 pixels. Right, this is all good, but there's something that I wanna create. So we've got like a component that we're gonna be creating, right? So which is just our actual form wrapper. So there's cards that we're gonna create with the form wrapper, but we're gonna use like a concept in Angular which is called content projection. So what happens is you'll basically create the component, right? So let's say this component is called this form, right? And then you can basically add stuff inside of this component, and then this will render them as a child, the child items of that component. So how do we do this? So we'll first need to stop our application, right? Because if you come here, we basically don't have much. So what we need to do is cd into source app components, then ng generate a component which is just going to be our form wrapper. So we'll have like our form wrapper component. So we'll just clear this. Now inside components, we've got now form wrapper component. So here we'll just set this to flex. So our display, we'll set it to flex. Make sure its position is set up to relative. And then we'll have its background color will be custom H background, so that we give it that background. So all of these custom HSL colors are just coming from that config that we've actually set up, right? So okay, before I actually go ahead and do all those funny stuff, let me just show you what I mean. Alright, so I just have a div in here, so a div, an empty div. Alright, and then for content projection, you just need to make sure that you pass in like an ng content. Right, so this ng content, this is going to be responsible for identifying the section of which you're going to be using to pass in your child component. So let's go to the actual home page and go ahead and actually do that. Okay, so in here I'll just be utilizing my actual app form wrapper. So this is going to be my form wrapper component, and then in here I'll just have input form. Right, so it's just going to be an input form flex, and flex direction will be set up to column. Right, because I want everything that's going to be showing in that form to be in a form like of a column. Okay, now let me just serve this application so you can go ahead and actually see some stuff. So in here we'll just have that form column and make sure that we've got like a row gap set up to 4. Okay, interesting. So now that this is all good, this is giving us an error because over here we just need to make sure that we've imported this component. Okay, so what's next? So if I go to the home page, I'll just need to create a couple of things. So the first one would be my h3 tag. So the class here is going to be my font, bold class, and my text is going to be 2XL, and name of this will be create budget. So now you should see something. So you can go ahead and actually see this, right? So you see that this background was set up on that component level, but then the text is coming in as a child. Okay, so let's just create the skeleton for now. So now we'll just have a text inputs. So we'll just have a text inputs. We'll have it as a flex column, and gap of a y, gap of 2. Okay, so what do we have in there? So we'll just have a label. So this will set up to a class for this label. This is going to be set up to 19 pixels. So let's just say this is 19 pixels. This font sets to bold. Okay, so this will store in like our budget name. Okay, interesting. Then we'll just need our input. So this input will then have like a class of input select. Then our placeholder will be name here. So this is just basically budget name. Yeah, so this is basically setting up your budget name. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, so this is all fine like that. Okay, so now we can just go ahead and just copy this, paste it in here. This would be for a number, and then as a placeholder we'll just have an EG like and 120. Okay, so this would be our actual amount. So this amount is just gonna be our actual budget and amount. Yeah, so this is basically then what we need. So you'll see now we've rendered it properly, right, or nicely, but there's also a couple of things we need, right? So I'll just set a width of this to be half, so it just takes up half. So let me then go ahead and let me see. So this is that input field. So now let me just go ahead and try to actually set up like the stylings. Okay, let me just see something. Okay, let me see something. So this was set up to, no, the type is number instead of that. Yeah, so this is fine. So now let me just go ahead and actually finish off the styling for this wrapper class. Okay, so what do we need there? So we'll just have a rounded. So this is rounded. So inside rounded, we'll just set this to 25 pixels. Before, we'll set an insert of 2, right? And then we'll have like a before, which is absolute. This is absolute, and a before of border. So we're setting up like a border width of 2. So if you see over here, so it's basically inside this, because this insert is just gonna push it in. Then we're just gonna have another before of border. Okay, this is border dashed. Then we'll have like a before. So this is just basically changing our border style to be a dashed border style. And then this is going to be rounded 3XL border. That's for the border radius. So our border color is going to be set to our custom text color. So we also have like a shadow, small shadow. We'll then set up a border top of 2. Top of 2, and a border left of 2. Border left color is going to be white. So border solid. So we have a border right 2, border right. So it's border bottom of 2. Then we have a border right of custom text, I think. So it's custom background color. And then this is gonna be border B of custom background color. So these are just setting up all those stylings that I needed there. Right. Let's see. Interesting. Let's see. Yep. So those are the things we're gonna need. I don't know, this should be white. Let me see. White. Yes, so this should be fine. Okay, awesome. So what else do we then need to do is in here, this div section where my content is gonna lie, I just need to make sure that this is set up to relative. My z index is set to 10. so that I can actually input some stuff in there. Because currently, if I try to input stuff, you'll see that I've got like some issues. So the moment I set it up to 10, so this should push out this so that I can actually input stuff. So if I just say now top 0, left set up to 0, in the width of these whatever that's gonna come in there should be 100, and the height should also fill up everything. Right, so now you'll see that this should stretch it out throughout this card. So this is currently looking all good. So now let's go to the home page and actually see if we can still style some more stuff in there. Okay, so if I go to the home page, okay, it seems like all of this are still fine. Okay, so underneath here, I'll just need to also set up like a button. Okay, so for the classes of this, we'll just set it up to btn. This is going to be our button background of custom text. So this is custom text, and the text color of this button would be white. Then our border should be set up to none. Our width should fit that button. Then our text should be set up to 19 pixels. Basically, so this is the button I have. So this will be create budget. That's the name of that button. Then I'll just add an SVG. So this is that plus SVG. So if you like, can go ahead and use like maybe font awesome icons, and then you just use that instead. But yeah, so this still works out for me, and that's what I need. So now that we've actually done that, we can go ahead and actually create the second section over here, which is just gonna then be our actual expense form. So let's do that now. Right, so in here we can just copy and paste. No, copying and pasting is not good, but in this instance we can. So this is expense form, and then this is just gonna be my budget form. Just need to make sure that you don't get things wrong. So in here, what I'll need in my expense form is add new expense. So this is where I add a new expense. Okay, this is the section I add a new expense. Then here I'll just need the expense name. Okay, so I need an expense name, so probably need an example. So e.g coffee. Okay, so that's for my expense name. So we'll need a coffee section. So that's for coffee, and yeah. So there's actually something that I'll just basically need to do, right? So over here, there is something, right? Because the expense name and the amount should be in one column. So what I'll do for that is I'll create an text input. So this is text input container. So this is going to be my text input container. This is going to be set up to flex. Then my gap x, which is my column gap, will be set up to 6. Right, so this 6 is 24 pixels. Okay, so in here I'll basically have 2 of these columns, right? So I'll just have this and that guy. So if I go ahead and check now, you'll see that I've got my expense and my actual amount. Okay, interesting. Now that I have both of them set up there, let's see what I need to do. So I've set up that and that. So let me see. So do I have like a text input? So I do have a text input which is setting it up to full. Okay. Okay, but there's something that's not showing it properly. So if I go here to my home page again, if I set this as a text inputs, nope. If I go here to styles, CSS, should be styles CSS. So I need to have a class here which just sets this text input to full, and basically that should fill it up. Okay, so this is all good. So I don't need this. Let me just go ahead and close. Okay, interesting. Doesn't want to close. But anyways, let's now go back to my home page. So now I'll go back to my home page. So in my home page now, I'll just need to add like a section below there, right? So that section that's gonna go below here is gonna be also a text inputs input section. We'll set this display to flex, column. So this is flex column, our gap y is going to be 2. Okay, so now we're going to have like the same label. So we can just have the same label, but this is going to be called our budget category. And then in here we'll just need to have like a select tag. Okay, so what are we gonna have in the select tag? So let's see. So how we go ahead and style this is, already we have like a class which was set intentionally to be input and select, so that it applies to both of them. And then we also need to utilize a for each loop. So this for each loop will loop through all those items, which is basically the items that we're going to be rendering inside here, right? So this is just going to be for our actual options. And in my options, I'll have like an item dot something. So name, whatever. So currently how it's going to be set up now, it's just going to be static. Let me just do this. Comment this out. Then if I was like that and like this, let me just delete this one. And if I show you now, you should be seeing something, right? So this is kind of not bad for now, but let's go ahead and actually see. So there's something that we didn't do properly, right? So we just need to fix the naming here from this to add expense. So this is just adding an expense. So now this should then be fine, right? So this is our budget category. So this is for a new add a new expense. This is expense name, expense amount. So that's the amount and the budget category. So now let's go ahead and actually try to create our actual forms. So we'll first have a budget form. So how do we do that? We'll just have a budget form, right, which is going to be coming from a form group. form group. So this is a form group. So we know that in form group we'll have a name, which is just going to be a new form control. Validators required. Okay, and then we'll also have like a budget. So this budget is basically going to be a new form control. Okay, this is validators required. I'm just going to set that budget to now. Then we'll also have like an expense form. So that's for the add expense section. So we'll have an expense form. So this is just going to be that new form group. So in our expense form we'll have a name. Okay, nope, name. So this is form control. Validators required. So let me just copy these. Nope. So we'll just have an amount and a budget category ID. So we'll have an amount and a budget category ID. So this is going to be set up to now, and this is also going to be set up to now. Okay, awesome. So now let's go ahead and create these form groups in here. So how we do that is for this. Okay, so we'll just say form group is equal to a budget form, and another form group over here would also be expense form, right? But we know now we've got this issue that we can fix, and this is because we have to add like a reactive form. Okay, now that we've added reactive form, so you'll then be able to see something in there. So now we need to attach this to our actual input, right? So this is a form control name, and this is set up to the name. And another one would be form control. This is linked to the amount. So if I say form control, that's the name because that's the expense name. The second one would be form control, and that one is also linked to the expense amount. So that second one is also linked to the expense amount, and then we also need to have another form control over here. So this is going to be a form control name, and this is going to be tied to this budget category ID. So this is going to be linked to this budget category ID. Okay, seeing that we now have something set up over there, there is a couple of things that we can add currently. Yeah, let me see, right? So we've already have like a user service. What we'll need is two services now, which is the budget service and an expense service, because we want to manage how we add our expenses and our actual budgets. Okay, awesome. So now let's just stop this application, close cd into source app services, then ng generate a service, which is just our budget service, and then ng generate a service, which is going to be our expense service. ng generates another service, which is also be for our UI service. So now I can just clear cd out, and cd out. So now I can go ahead and run this. So we've got like our services. So which one would we want to start with? So the first one I would want to start with is actually my budget service. Okay. So for my budget services, so I'll basically need to first utilize two items over here. So this is going to be my public budget. Don't have to say do it like that, so I can just say that. And this is gonna be the name of that, which is gonna be budgets. Then I'm gonna have a budget categories, right? So this is then set up to this is going to be set up to budgets underscore categories, right? So if I now save, okay, so these are just going to be my items in local storage that I'm going to use, so that it's actually consistent, so that I don't make mistakes. So now I can go ahead and actually create my actual behavior subjects, because I want to use like some sort of like observables. The reason why I opt for using observables is so that if I do I can subscribe to them, and if a change happens somewhere, then I must know that I will have like the ability to actually subscribe to that change, and as it changes, it should be listening to a change right throughout the app. So how I'll do this is I'll use a subscribe. Okay, just want to see. Okay, I'll use like a subscribe. So now let's go ahead and actually go to this budget. This is budget. This will use an array of new subject. So this is an array of budgets. Then the next one would just be an array of budget category. So we'll have a budget category. So now this is gonna be budget category subject. Okay, so this will give an error even if I try to import, because I don't have that service. So how I go about this is I want to create the service. So this is budget interface.ts, and I also want to have a budget category interface. So in my actual interface, now I've got like a budget. Okay, now I need to do this budget category.interface.ts. Okay, so now in my budget, I'll just need to export my budget. So this will have an ID, which is a string. The name is also going to be type string. Budget is also going to be a number. Spent amount is just going to be a number, and the color over here is just going to be a string value. Okay, now in my budget category, I've got like 3 fields. So in here, this is just going to be an interface budget category. So this is going to need an ID, type string, the name of type string, and the color. So this color is also type string. Okay, seeing that now we have that, so if I go ahead now, I can then now import these. So I always mention that I like the application to be strongly typed so that it can actually so that I know what's in my actual like object, as opposed to using any. So what do we then do is we'd go to our budget service and actually start off by creating a budget. So I'll have a function called add budget. So this will just get a budget as a budget interface. So what I'll do over here is const budgets. So I'll just first get all my budgets, which is going to be a function I'll create over here. So I'll get all my budgets and then I'll just use budgets dot push, okay, this budget that's coming in. So what I'll first need to do is use my get all budgets. So this over here should be your budget. Alright, so this should return. Okay, so this should be then push this, and then this should set. I'll need another one. Set budget. So set budgets. So this will then say budgets and then budget array. Interesting. So here I'll be pushing in my add budget, right? So this will then be this dot set budgets. So this is going to be setting all my budgets. So it's set budgets function, which then I'll be passing in all this budget with the added one. Yes, this is how it should be. Okay, so what do I then do here? So I'll need a get budget function. So in get budget, I'll just have a const budgets, which is going to be then deserializing this guy over here, which is coming from local storage.get this item, and this item is coming from this budgets. Then else, then just have it as an empty array, and then this is as this budget array. Okay, so then you just basically return this. And this here, over here, how we set out like our budget, this is basically calling local storage.set items, set item, which is this dot budget, right? And then we just need to stringify JSON.stringify our actual budgets that's coming in. Okay, but we also know something, right? So when we add like a budget, we have some sort of like budget categories, right? So these budget categories are what's gonna help us from the actual expense to log like an expense. So what we're gonna do is here we'll just also create like budget categories, which is then gonna be budget categories. So this is budget category, which is an array for all these budgets. We're gonna map through them, right, which is each item of type budget, and we're just gonna return as a budget category. Okay, so what is it that we're gonna pass in here, right? So from the budget, we're gonna just extract the color. So this is coming from the item of these budgets, so all of them, right? So we're gonna say color, the ID is equal to that budget ID, so it's item.id, and the name is basically the same, right? So it's item.name. So this is basically what you will need there, and then we'll need a function which is going to be set budget categories. Okay, and then this will then pass in this budget categories. So set budget categories. This should accept something of this sort over here. Okay, so the moment we actually add a new item to the budget, we just want to ensure that we pass in this next. So what this will do is actually notify this observable that a change has actually happened, right? So this subject, we call this next, and we just call it with whatever changes that we have. So we're just passing it these budgets, right? So that's all good. Now for this section over here, for budget categories, we'll set item of this dot budget categories, and then we'll just have to stringify our actual budget categories, this array of budget categories. And then we also here need to notify the subject, so we'll just pass next, and in here we then pass in everything. Okay, yeah, so that's what we needed. So let's see. So we've set up like our actual budgets and our actual budget categories. Okay, so we've got that, and then we can have like a get, because we've got that category. Let's see. So now we'll probably need to have a get budget by ID. Okay, so with a get budget by ID, we'll just have all budgets, which is equal to this dot get budgets, which is everything, and then here we'll have an if. So we'll first need to get like an index, which is index of this. So this will just say this is budget. We'll just find, right, everywhere where that ID is equal to a budget ID. So this is what we're going to be passing in here as a parameter, because we're trying to get it by ID. And then if we don't find this index, so meaning if it's greater, actually if we find it, so if it's greater than -1, so then we'll just return this budget of this index. So from that array, we target that index, else we just want to throw an error. So we throw an error, and then we just say budget does not exist. So this budget does not exist. Okay, what else? So we'll also, because this is fine for now before we actually implement like the actual delete of a budget. So currently we wouldn't need that for now. Okay, let's now go ahead and actually say get budget data. So this is basically us getting this observable. So this is observable data, right? So this is then gonna pass in that budget as an array, and in here I'll just basically say this dot budget subject. Yeah, so here I'm just gonna be returning this budget subject. So the next one here would be for the budget category. So I'll need this for budget category data, and then this is just going to be budget category subject. This budget category. And yeah, this is what I need for now. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually see something. Alright, so we know that in my actual application here, we can go to our actual constructor and actually try to inject my budget service, which is going to be a budget service, and my private expense service. So expense service. So let me send this to the next screen. So this is going to be my expense service. Okay. Interesting. So I've got all of those ones in there, and when I have an on init, so we need to say implement on init. Then in here we'll need an ng on init function. So now we'd want to see what is it that we need, right? So we'll let me see, right? So the first thing that I want to solve is getting all my actual budget categories, right? So with getting budget categories, I just need to make sure that I've got like budget categories over here, and this is coming from this dot budget categories, which is then equal to this dot get which is budget service dot get budget categories, right? Because that's what I want. So basically I first want to get the budget categories, which is coming from, okay, there's something that I think I left out here. So I've got set budget categories, but I don't think I have like a get budget categories. Okay, so how to do that is, so get budget categories, and this is of type budget category. This is of budget category, and categories. Yeah. Okay, I think I need something like this. So it's get budget categories. Okay, so this is all good, but we also need to use this, right? So if we use this budget category function, right, data, this observable is, so what's happening is on load we'll get all our budget categories, which is fine, but we want to do it in such a way that if anything changes or if we add like another budget, then we'll call this subscribe method. But for now I don't think I might need it, so but I'll show you as we go. So we've got like an on init. Maybe the first thing we would want to create over here is how we go about creating these options, right? So I'll just remove this and say for loop. Okay, interesting. So this is budget categories, and then we've got like our actual options. So in our actual options here, we've got what we call our item.name, and then in our value we're passing in the ID, so it's item.id. So this is basically then what we're passing in. So now if I go ahead there and try to see something, so this is complaining. Okay, yeah, So if you see, we don't have anything, right? So we probably might need to tie in like a create budget function. So here we're gonna add a budget. So we want to create an add budget function. So with this add budget function, what will happen is, so we'll have this const budget, which is then of type budget. We'll add all missing. So what's happening here is we'll then need to import our actual from UUID, right? So we'll use a v4 as UUID v4. Okay, interesting. So now that we have this guy, we'll use this function here, and then here we'll just use a budget form dot value dot name, because we just want the name. Then this, you need to then be careful here with using this budget, since it's an actual form input. So we'll just pass it as an integer, just to make sure that it's passed in as an integer. And then the same, okay, the spent amount should be 0, because as we initiate it, it should start off like as a 0 indicate. So it's like when we first create our budget, like our spend amount should be 0. So that's why we're setting it up to 0, right? So that's fine. And for color, currently here for color, this is gonna be set to amber, because then we'll need to create a function that's gonna generate our color for us. So okay, for now we can just say this dot budget service dot add this budget, and then we'll just pass in this budget that we just created now, and then we just reset this form. So how we reset this form is we'll call the form and call the reset function. So that's fine. Now let's go ahead and actually here also we'll have a disabled if our budget form, okay, let me see. Yeah, so if our budget form dot is invalid, then we'll have this as disabled. Else, when it's valid, we'll just basically call a function which is add our actual budget. Okay, awesome. So now what do we call this? So this budget will be called house. So we'll just pass it that, and let's see what happens. So we see we've added this and this, but we still have it grayed out, meaning there's something that's not okay. So we've got an amount there, and we've got the name, and all of this is just wrapped around there. Let's see what's the issue. So let's see. Okay, so we've got a budget. So this is budget. So let's see what I have here. Yes, it's not amount, but it's budget. Okay, awesome. So this is gonna be house, and then we just have that. Okay, interesting. So the moment we add this guy here, right? So the moment we add this, we see that we've added it to our actual local storage. So if I were to say local storage, we should have budgets in here. Then we should wait for a reset for us to get it here, which is not the ideal behavior that we want, right? So the ideal behavior that we want is the moment we add, then we want some subscription made to it, right? And because here we are somewhere along the line when we add a budget, when we set this budget, we are coming here and actually changing this budget subscribe and this category, so we can subscribe to this budget category. So here we can just say subscribe to budget category, and what should then happen? So in my budget category subscription, I'll just say budget. So nope, this is next. So this is budget category. Nope. Category. Okay, no, this is results. Then this is called budget category, which is type array. Then we pass in an arrow function. Okay. So that's for that arrow function, and then we have an error state. Then here, this is another arrow function. So this error could be any. Okay, so here I'm not gonna focus on toast message for errors, but what will happen is all errors that we're gonna catch are gonna come in there, right? This error section. But what we just want to do is, should there be a change to that, we just want to pass in results as budget categories. So now what should happen is, if I add a category which is food, and I say this is $300, if you see here we just have house, but the moment I click add, okay, did I add? Okay, when I add, it clears off this, and the moment I hit here, you'll see that we have another one. So if I say green and I just say 150, if I add, this should add it here. So it's basically doing the subscription and doing everything that we basically need. Okay, awesome. So this is working all good. So what's another thing that we'll probably need to go ahead and add? Let's see. So we see that we've actually added the budget categories, right? Which is good. And then we also have another subscription that we need to make, right? So we're getting all budgets, right? So this is coming from this object, which is budget array, which starts off as an empty array. So now what do we do, right? So we'll just say start off and get all these budgets, then initialize this to this dot budget service dot get my actual budgets. So all those budgets from my actual local storage, right? So everything that I've actually created on load. But we know that we also have a similar thing that we do, but instead of this budget categories, we'll use budget data, which we can subscribe to, and this also has a type of that guy. So now let me see. So this is an observable of that. Yes. And then instead of passing budget categories, so you need to make sure that when you copy stuff that you don't make mistakes. So this will pass in it onto budgets. So this is really good. So now we know that on load, if I were to console log, let's just say console log here, console.log budgets loading. So basically on load of those budgets, what we should see is budgets, and then if there is something new added, so we'll just have a log of new budget. So if there's something new added there, so you'll see. Okay, so let's go ahead and see this. So on load, you'll see I've got 3, and then let me just say new budget, and then let me just get this amount. The moment I add, you'll see that it's actually subscribing to it. And if you come over here, you should be seeing that. So this is working all good for now. Okay, we've actually added like our actual budget. So what's the next thing that we'll need? So we'll basically need to build our budget cards in here. So how do we do that? So just go here, source app components, ng generate our component, which is budget card. So we wanna just generate a budget card component. So we're just gonna generate that, and let's go ahead and see what happens. So this is then gonna be cd clear. This is ng serve. Alrighty. Okay. So now let's actually see what we'll be actually creating over there. So in our actual home page, since seeing that we've actually now created all of those, that component which is the budget card. So over here we've actually created this input section. So now we need to go ahead and just create the other sections. So this is going to be for our actual budgets. So for budgets, we need to have an if check that says if budget cards. So we just need to have over here a budget cards, right, of something. So just notice that I need to create an interface for it. So let's go ahead here. This comes of a UI config. So this is going to be a budget card config.interface.ts. Okay, so this is import interface, export interface, budget cards, card config. So with the budget card config, what we're going to need there, right? So we're going to need the name. We're going to need the budget, which is also a string. We're going to need the spent, which is a number. Okay, no, the budget should be a number. Okay, we should also have like a color, which is a string, and an onClick event. So this should be an arrow function which just accepts any. Okay, that's fine. What we have. So now that I have that set up, so now I need to say budget card config, which is just an array of them, and yeah. Okay, I've set it up the budget card config. So the reason why I needed that is so that I can pass it into this component, the data in there. So this is going to be called our config. This is budget card config. Okay. Then I'll just import this from Angular core. Alrighty, so what is it then that I'll need to then do is I'll basically need to come in here and set up like a bunch of stuff that's gonna go in there. So okay, the first thing is we'll basically first have to have like a constructor. Okay, so first need to have like a constructor and a couple of things that I'm going to need. So I've got a config I'll need an input to specify if, so this is delete. So I just want to know if this is a delete or not. So boolean, which is false, just instantiate it as false if I don't pass in anything in there. And then the background, so what is it that I'll also need? So I'll basically need a background color, so I just called it back color or BG color. I think it's BG color. So I need a BG color. So I need a BG color there, which is going to be set up to an empty. Alright, so before, do I need that before? Okay, I'll need a before color, which is going to be a string. Okay, this is going to be a string. Okay, our text color, which is also going to be a string. And our border color, which is also going to be a string. Okay, so BG color, text color, border color, and before color, that's going to be all strings. Okay, interesting. So what is it that I'm going to need? So over here I'm going to need a router, so I'll just have a private router, which is coming in from a router, which is Angular router, and a private UI service, which is coming from UI service. Okay, so I've imported this UI service, but in the UI service there's basically a function that I'm gonna need over there. So it's two functions. The first one will be to determine a color that I'm gonna use. So for every color that I'm gonna add, we're just gonna create like a random color that's gonna be for the border and the background of that specific progress bar. So how do we do that? So we're just gonna have a random color in here. So counter is gonna be number. Alright, and then we're gonna have this guy over here, which is the three colors that we're gonna need, which is amber, red, and so it's amber, red, and blue. So now we're gonna return colors. So this is just a selection of those colors, but how we do this is from color we'll use our modulus, and then we'll just say color.length. Okay, and then we basically then gonna have a function right here that I'm just gonna explain, right, because it's a bit of a long function to just type out. So what I basically did over here with this function is I've got a generate Tailwind CSS class, which accepts like arguments of color and type. This just then basically changes the color to a lowercase here, and then I'm basically gonna set the Tailwind class to this. So the type is basically whether I want to generate a background, a text color, or a border color, right? And then this will just generate these classes. And how these classes are going to be mapped out, these are the classes that we just created here when we started off in the Global CSS classes. So you'll see this is red text, red BG, red border, so on with amber and also blue. So if you go ahead and check it out here in these services, you'll basically see that we're just returning these colors as is. So you can just take a moment and pause this, and yeah, that's how it's gonna work out. And then if we were to go back to our actual border, to our actual budget, Alright, so we'll just here have an implement and on init, and then ng on init. So here what actually happens is we'll have an if check that says if config does not exist, then we just don't want to carry on, so we'll just return nothing. So we don't have a config there, then we just don't want to return nothing. So if that's not the case, what we're going to say is border, right? So we'll just generate a UI service for, let's generate Tailwind, then config the color, and then we just pass in that it's a border. So we've got a text color, so here we just pass it text, bg color, we just pass it bg, and then for before color, we'll just have this. So before, so we'll just have config dot color, which if it's equal to amber, what I want to do is I want to pass it like a amber bg color, right? If the color is equal to amber, I want to pass it like an amber bg color, and basically don't need that. It's fine. Don't think I need that section. So let me just go ahead and actually try this out now. So I'll need an if statement to check the config, right? If I have like a config and config.color exists, and border color and text color. So if I've got a border color and text color, then I can just render everything that's in here. Okay, so for now I can just comment this out, go to this component, which is our budget card component. So what is it that I'm actually going to be doing here? So the first thing is I'll create this div, which is going to be flex column, right? So this is just flex direction is set up to column. The gap is 4, which is the padding around it. Then I'm just gonna set up a border width of 2 pixels. Oh, not 2 pixels. This is probably 8. Oh, it's 2. Okay, it's 2 pixels, and then I'll just set a border solid, which is the border type. Okay, and then just set up a border color. So this is the border color, depending on what we passed in that config color. So okay, that should be fine. Then after the border color, we'll just pass in padding Y, padding X to 5, rounded, which is going to be set up to 25 pixels, and a BG white. So this is just for a white color. Okay, so we need a section over here. That section will be showing the name of the budget and the actual amount. So this is going to be called progress text section. So this is progress text section. So we'll just display this to flex. Then the width will be set up to full width. Our justify space between, and our items will be set up to center. So we'll center out our items. We'll have a p tag here, another p tag there. So class text 2xl. Okay, so 2xl. So we know that the text color text color should be set up to this text color, and the font weight should be bold. Okay, so now we'll pass in config.name. So what's the next thing that we're going to set? Text color should be that. Here it's not bold, but what I know here is we need to say config.budget. We want to pipe this because this should be showing as a currency, and this would be read out because we need to also import something. So common module, so this common module will allow us to use the currency, and we'll just use the R sign, so it's actually set up to rands, and this is going to be budgeted. So this is going to be budgeted. Okay, interesting. So we've got that section showing there. Now if I go ahead to the home page, so we kind of try to see what we have. So this and budgets, that length, the length of this is greater than 0. So this is what we're going to be showing from the home page. So in the home page, if I were to open up this home page, so here I want to have like a P2 tag, then just show everything that I need. So this is existing budgets. So this is gonna be for my actual existing budgets, and then this class will be mini title, and let's see what we have. Okay, currently obviously we don't have those budgets, so that should kind of complain, but that should be sorted now. So we should have like a function that's gonna build our card. So how are we gonna do this? So this is build, so this should be our build budget cards function. Okay, so this function will pass in all our budgets. So this is using this budget interface as an array, and this dot budget cards equals to budgets dot map. So we'll just say this is an item, type budget. We have it as an arrow function. So then we'll just return this guy. Okay, so we have the name, which is item.name. Okay, we've got the budget, which is going to be item.budget. We've got spent, which is item.spent. Also going to pass in the color, which is also coming from item.color. Then we have an onClick. So basically here in this onClick, we're going to be using this to route to that specific page. So here we'll just use, okay, this should be coming in from router. So in my constructor, we need to inject this router. Okay. Then now, by coming over here, is then we'll use router dot navigate by URL, and then this will use details. Okay, this guy, backslash, and this is coming from item.id. So this will then route to that page. Okay, so seeing that we have that over there, so now we can go to our actual on init and say this dot build our cards and pass it these budgets. So this is all good. The same applies here. Unload. So unload, now we can actually create these budgets. So the next thing that we would want to then do is actually have a section where we're going to be then rendering out those cards, right? So now here you can see we've got this existing budgets. Okay, but we know that we've got like a class, so here I'll just use this Tailwind. I'll just use this Tailwind components, and then layer, which is components, then .mini. So this is for my mini title. Then I want to just apply. So this is text 5XL, and then M, which is margin vertically, which is 8, and my font would be set up to bold. So that's what I need. So now if I go over here, you'll see that that style will be applied in there. Okay, seeing that that part is fixed, so the next thing I'd want to do is actually have a section here which is just going to be, okay, this is going to be flex, so flex in the direction of this, nope, this is the width. It's just going to be set up to a full width, and then I just want all the cards in there to wrap and the gap to be 4, so which is going to be the row and column gap. Then just going to use iterating through all the budget cards. Okay, so in the budget cards I'll just use this one, and then config. Okay, the first thing is actually saving this out here. Okay, I know we've got a budget card config, so I want to see what's the issue. This is items. So now it's complaining that this element is not a known element. Okay, but this is because we don't have budget card components set up in there. Okay, interesting. So now if we go ahead and do that and save this, let's see. So yeah, so now you can see that every time we'll add a budget. So say now I add sibs and then add this, you'll see that I've got a budget here, but obviously I'll just need to go to this component and actually style it out proper. So now let's go there and actually continue with the styling. So actually set up both those guys there. So what's the next thing that I'll need to do? Okay, so I'll come here. So I've created this progress text section. So the next one is just progress bar. Okay, so the width is going to be a full width. So the height is going to be set up to 4. Appearance none. Border none. Rounded, which is going to be set up to 100. Umax X. That's max. And then else. So our overflow is hidden, right? Because we're going to do some fancy stuff there, right? This is going to be relative, and then we want the background to be a gray background. So this is going to be background, which is going to be a gray 300 color. So you'll see something, right? So if you go over here, we've already created this progress bar, right, with this gray color. So now what I'm going to do is inside here, I'll create a div which is progress bar. Okay, so within this progress bar, what I then want to do is, okay, have an height which should be full height. Our border should actually, our position should be absolute because I want it to lay on top of this progress bar. Okay, and then we need to say top is 0, and our left should also be set to 0, and our z index should be 2 so that it sits on top of that this div here. And our border color, so this should be our background color, BG color. Okay, so for now then I'll have width, right? So with this width I can say this is set up to 50 pixels, so you can see a percent, I meant to say. So now you can see that it's actually filling up 50%, and if this was to change to like 10, you see that it actually does that. So we should then have like that progress bar set up there, but obviously here we'll just use calculate percentage. Right, so we'll just use a function which is called calculate percentage. Okay, so what this function will basically do over here is, so we'll just return config.spent divided by config.budget times 100%. This is just plus, yes, so this is just plus that. Basically this is what we should then have in there. Okay, so we now have a progress bar, and we also have that text, and then what we'll need is also another text section, which is just gonna go to the bottom of this guy. So now we've got a progress text again. It's just a normal class. Then we say justify space between, and the width should also fill up that container, right? So now we'll have like a small and a small. Okay, so now we've got like a class. So here we'll just pass it like a text color. So this text would be 15 pixels. Okay, so now we're gonna have a color. Nope, this is config.spent. So config.spent, this is gonna be a currency. This R, okay. Interesting. So that's also 15 pixels, but this color should then be different. So this is text, custom HL muted color. So this would be our budget minus our spent. config.spend. This is our budget minus our actual spend. So this is going to be the amount left after our expenditure. So this is how much we spent that we're going to show in there, and our actual expenditure. So now you can see over here that we've got all this nicely laid out. So what's the next thing that we do? So the bottom there, we want to show a section, which is for our div. So we'll have it as a button. So this will be a button with a big key with a background color that we've actually set up. And then we want to set the content or the button to the middle, right? So how we do that is we'll have like a margin auto, right? And then the text should be set up to white. This should fit the content in of that button, and none, because we don't want a border radius, right? So how do I do this? And then I'll just check if it's deleted. This is for what text to show, right? If is delete, so we'll just say delete budget, and then else. This is a view detail. This is view details, and that's for view details. Then we just have an if else state. So here we'll just say if it's deleted, we'll have that, and then else. So basically what comes here is our actual icons that we're going to be rendering. So if it's deletable, then we'll just have the bin icon, else then we just have this. So now this is how this component should then be looking like currently. Okay, so if I go ahead to the home page, there's something that I basically should have missed. Okay, let me see. So I actually got this card. So I've got that gap over there. Okay, this should be fine. Okay, interesting. I just want to see, there's something that okay, that's a card. Okay, because I'm just trying to see as to why. I know that I should be showing 3. So I've got that, which is then wrapping. But it's actually shocking me that the actual cards are not. Oh yeah, thought as much. So let me just come here. Okay, then we'll probably want to add like a class in here. Okay, so this is for our actual budget card. Yes, so this is now laid out so that each column has like at least 3 of those. So this is fine. I'm really happy with this UI. I can't complain much. Okay, so now we know that the moment I actually add this, let's see, if I click here, that doesn't do anything for now, but what I can most do is I want to have a section here in my button, component that says on click event on this button. We just want to view details. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do, right? So view detail is going to be a function, and then in this function I'm going to say if config.onClick, right, is a thing, then I'll just have a config.onClick. I'll call this config.onClick method. So what will happen is, because we've instantiated or created it here on our home page, you'll see that there was a place whereby we have this on click, so it'll call this function. So if I click on this guy, okay, now what is the issue? What is the issue? So let me go to this here. This will come here. Okay, so this passed it in. Okay, so let me see, is there an issue? Yes, so I think the issue comes with the routes, so maybe that's why. So this is details. Okay, now I think when I click here, this should send me to the correct page. So that's working. We know that when I click to that button, it should actually take me to that correct page. So yeah, basically this is what we have. And then the next thing I'd probably then want to do is, wherever I'm creating this guy, so now what I can do is we can generate a random. So UI dot this dot UI service. So this will call, so we inject a UI service which is coming from UI service. So this is UI service dot generate random color. Okay, so this says this dot generate random color. So this comes from this budgets dot len +1. Okay, so now if I call this guy, yeah, you'll see that I've actually generated like another type of color. So if I clear this, this should send me to the create screen, and bug array. This creates, and this adds that for me, right? Okay, so now that I know that we can actually create this and go to this page, this is quite good. This is looking all good. I can't really complain for now. There's a couple of things that I'll probably still need to add, right? And that would be, so in the budget. Okay, so we know that we've got like a budget that we're probably trying to like set up, but we know that when a user adds something, there should be like some sort of like expenses. So currently I can't go to the home page. The reason why I can't go to the home page is because on my navigation I haven't set this to the moment I click on this, I should set it up so that it actually takes me to the home page. So this would go to navbar, then in the HTML of that, then here. So interesting, because this was supposed to be set up in such a way that when I click there, it should take me to the home page. Okay, so no. Let me see my actual nav bar over here. Nav. Okay, yeah. I just need to make sure that I implement that functionality. So service.router, which is just a router. Okay, so the moment I click on this button, right, I just want to have a router dot navigate by URL, which is going to be set up to an empty path. So now I can easily navigate to the home page if that does decide to load. So this should be router. Okay, yeah. So if that decides, so the moment I click on that, that should send me back to the home page. So that's looking all good. Okay, so what is the next thing that I would want to do? So the next thing I'd want to do is actually start off by creating my actual expenses. So what's gonna happen is here in my home page, so if I go to my home page component, so here see that I have to have like some sort of this. Let me see if I've actually tied it to it. So this I have. I just probably need this button, which is gonna say add expense. So click add expense, and this will call this function, which is gonna go ahead and add my expense. Okay, what's gonna happen? So we need to first get a category by ID. Okay, because when I actually add the expense, I'm gonna be extracting my actual category ID. So basically what's happening is I'm gonna add an amount and this. So these are not difficult to get, but this category, because this is the name, but I need the ID to actually get the name and the ID of that specific category, which is gonna go to my expense type. But let me show you what I mean. So expense. Alright, so what I'm passing in here is my expense. Okay, I might need a model for that. I thought I had created a model for it. So this is expense.interface.ts. Okay, so it's expense.interface.ts. So what I need in there is to export my interface, which is of expense. So what I need is the string, the name, budget category. So this is of budget category. So this is what I mean, right? So this budget category, it has, so this expense has a relationship with budget category. So then I've got an amount, which is a number, and a date. So the date is also just a date. So then this will need name, that, and that. So okay, so if I go ahead and just create this to that, you'll see. So might need this. Then in here I'll need that. Okay, so how do I go about doing that, right? So for adding like an expense, the first thing is I'll generate a UID for that. So generate a UID for that. And then for the name, I can get that from expense value.name. Okay. The amount, the same thing can happen with an amount. So this can be pass float value. And then this dot expense dot value dot amount, because that's easy to retrieve the date. I'll just pass it this now. just to make sure. Okay, so this is fine. And then for the category, right? So for category, what we need is const category, but what we need is from budget service. So we need to say get category by ID. So we'll need this get budget category by ID. So for getting budget category by ID, so what we do is get so we want to get all our categories, and then we'll just use this ID. Okay, categories, so that this thing actually makes sense. Category does not exist. Okay, interesting. So once, what we're gonna do here is we just try to get that budget category by ID. So how do we go about doing that? So here we'll just say this dot expense value dot budget category ID. So this is basically what we're gonna need over there. And then this is that's budget category. Nope. Yeah, I think this is what we're gonna need. And then we'll basically need to have like a service, which is the expense service, and add an expense. So how do we do that? Is in our actual expense service over here, because here we need to add expense. Alright, so add an expense and then we reset our form. So this dot expense dot reset. The moment we're done, we just reset that form. Okay, so we go to our expense. Okay, so we go to our actual expense service, and in our expense service we'll just create a couple of functions. So we'll have an add expense. So we'll have an add expense, so we'll just have an expense. Just an expense. Okay, interesting. Alright, so we can use a try catch if we want. So we'll just have like maybe a try catch, and then this is error. And then we just say throw our error, and then it's error dot message. So this is of type any. Yes. Okay, so over here, what's happening, right? Oh, okay, I see why we went on to create this try catch, right? So the reason being is because here we'll just need a budget service. So adding an expense should affect like a budget. So what we need is we need to first get that budget by ID. So that's why we're using this budget service that gets budget by ID. But what are we getting from this budget, right? This budget is coming from that category budget.id, because it has actually the actual relationship, right? So from expense, the budget category, we're just going to try to get that ID and say get this expense that we're trying to. And so we get all expenses. So this dot get expenses. So this dot get expenses. Then we're just gonna try to push expenses dot push this new expense that's coming in, right? And then we're just gonna set expense. Okay, let me just create these functions. So get expenses, let's set expense. Okay, we're gonna need this function, so we're just gonna say set expense, which is taking in this, and then this guy over here, which is just gonna so we've got an expense. Oh, so this is just gonna return that of that expense. Okay, so what are we gonna need here? Before anything else, we just need to have like an expenses, which is just gonna be a constant. Okay, this is just gonna say expenses. Then we're gonna have an expense subject. So this is gonna be what we're gonna use to actually subscribe to expense. Okay, then new subject. Okay, this is gonna be new subject. That, and yeah. So what is it that we then gonna do? Alright, so for getting this, we just need to deserialize our local storage.get item, and this dot expense as expense array. So what is it that I got wrong? Let me see. So I said expense dot, I'm trying to deserialize. So when I'm getting it, so what is it saying? It's saying arguments. Oh, this should be a string. Okay, awesome. So this will then try to get the expenses. Then for the other one, which is set, we're just setting these expenses to this that expense. Alright, and then we'll just say JSON.stringifying this object we're passing in. This is expense array, so this is just gonna come in as those expenses that we're setting in. So seeing that we've actually now set up two of them, so we now have a get expense. So we've got get expenses, set expenses. So what we need to say is we want to have a delete expense actually no, before I carry on, I need to make sure that I say expense subject.next, and this is also passing in these expenses. Just need to make sure that it's plural so that makes more sense. Okay, so what's the next thing that I want to do is delete expense by budget ID. So I want to delete an expense by budget ID. So delete expense by budget ID. So this is going to be the ID. So budget ID. So now dot says console.expenses. So this is just gonna say get all expenses. Get all expenses. And this is just gonna filter. Alright, so how do I filter? Now I'm gonna say deleted equals to expenses dot filter all of them, where expense of expenses, it just says expenses dot budget category dot id. Right, is not equal to this budget ID. So what I'm basically doing here is saying I want to delete all the expenses attached to a specific budget. So this is, so if I were to come to one of these items and actually delete it, then I just want all the expenses linked to it to also go away. So this is how I'll just go about doing this. And then this dot set expenses should be the new deleted expenses, right? Because we would have then filtered out all the other ones that were deleted. Okay, so that should be fine. So we need this delete expense by that. We also might need to get, so get expenses by budget ID. So what does this do, right? So get expenses by budget ID. Okay, so this is for the details page, just to get those specific expenses by that budget ID. So how do I do this is I'll just get this, and then instead of this guy here, so this is budget expenses, so instead of not, then I just say equals to that, then I just return this value. So these are just expenses linked to that. Okay, and I just have a get expense data. So this is the observable, which is just gonna be an expense array, which is return this dot expense subject. Okay, so this is what I'll be using to actually subscribe to, right? Okay, so yeah, so we've got like a set, so the set expenses. Okay, awesome. So there's some other stuff that I'll just basically need to add, right? So this is actually updating an expense. So what does this do, right? So when I update an expense, I want to also update the budget amount. So I need to work out that, right? So if I say update expense, so what it should do, it should take in like the expenses, which is all of these expenses, right? And the budget ID, which is of the type string. Okay, what's happening? So what I need is budget expenses. So this is constant budget expenses, which is all of these expenses dot filter. So I want to filter them by that specific budget. Okay. So this is item dot budget category dot ID is equal to this budget ID. Okay. So now I need to calculate now the total. So how do I do that? So I saw total expense, which is equal to these expenses dot reduce. So the reduce has the sum, which is the number, and the current value, right, which is the object, right? So the current value would be the object. So how do I do this now? I say sum plus current value dot amount, and then I want to initialize it. So when it starts off, it should be initialized at 0. Okay, then now this dot budget service dot update. So this is what happens, right? So on budget service, I'll need to update that actual budget amount. So budget. Okay, so I'll say for this budget ID, I'll also pass in the total expense. So if I were to go back here to this budget service, I'll need a function that will update that budget. So how do I update the budget? So I'll just say update budget amount. Okay, with me updating the budget amount, I just pass in this budget ID, and this is the spent amount. So I'll just say get all budgets. So this dot get budgets. Alright, so this, so now then I just say index. So with index, I just say try to find the index of that. So from this budget index, so I just x ID is equal to this budget ID. So if this index is greater than -1, so that means it is an actual thing. So now the budgets dot index dot spent amount is equal to this that total amount that's coming in. So meaning I would have calculated the total from that expenditure, which is the sum of everything, and then I'm just updating that budget, that spent amount. Then I'll just say this dot set budget to these budgets so that it actually changes. Right, so this will set those budgets into local storage and trigger that observable to say there is a change that happened, and then return else. If none of those are met, throw an error, and then just say cannot update for a budget that does not exist. Okay, currently this should be fine. So we've got all of those. So what else do we need? We probably also need delete. So wanna say delete budget by ID. Alright, so we wanna delete a budget by ID. So what can we do, right? So we can just basically do something like this. Cause budgets, this dot get these budgets, and then we can just say filtered. So this is budgets dot filter. So item dot ID where it's not equal to. So I want to delete this by budget ID, Alright, so I need to pass in ID as an argument. Then I just say this is the budget ID. Right, so after adding that, I'll just need to set these budgets to this filtered. Yeah, so that on its own should then delete those budgets. So I've got set category. So I've got get budget category by ID. So I've got get budget category by ID. So that should also do that trick. And yeah, I think I currently have what I need for now. Okay, so what is happening? Let's see. Okay, I haven't been here in this app for quite some time, but actually if I go now to the home page, right, so I can go to now the home page and actually create some more stuff. Okay, so what is it that I would want to first make sure that I have? So I just have a clear ng-serve app components, ng-generate component, which is going to be our table component. Okay, so what is it that we're going to have in there? So components, table components, table section. So this is going to be my table with a class of full width. Width should be full. Okay, so t head there, which is class, and width should be 15. Nope, it's that. So I'll pass in the name. So I'll pass in the name, the amount, the date, the budget, and just an empty. So this is budget. This is gonna be my date. And this is gonna be my amount section. Oh no. So this is T head, right? And then over here, okay, so I'll just find and replace. And then I'll just say TH, T head, table body, and then over here I'll have a class width which is full. Okay, and I'll just have a 4. I'm gonna have like the data that I'm gonna pass in there, the row, class row data, amber opacity. Okay, so that's gonna be the actual color, that row, table data. So this is gonna be our table data. So let's go ahead. So this, okay, so I'll need to have like an interface for the config. So here I'll just add an interface. I'll add in an interface. So this is going to be our table data config interface that I need to create again. So this is table data config.interface.ts file that I need to create. So this is going to be export interface table data config. Okay. So this is table data config. So within this table data config, so these are basically the fields that I'm just going to need in there. Okay, so config dot, so this is data. Okay, so over here I've set up the data, so now I need to just pass that. And then it's item dot amount, item dot. Okay, let me see something, right? So I know that I'm gonna have the item dot name, date, and then I wanna have like some sort of like a chip UI here. So this is gonna be like a button, a width, it's gonna fit. Okay, so then I wanna have like a UI service that's gonna get my color. So here I'm just gonna use this constructor, then it's public, then UI service, which is my UI service that we actually created. So what actually happens there with that UI service is, we'll just say use this UI service but get this Tailwind class coming from the config. No, it's actually item.color, and we're using the BG, which is that background, right? So we're trying to determine that background, and just say rounded, which is 3XL. Say text is white, border should set to be none. Okay, what is it now? We pass in here, which is the item dot budget. Okay, so this is all good, and the last column we should have, so we've got that one, right? And then we need to have another TD column. So the last one we should be having over here, so we'll have a class of table data. So we have a class of table data, and then we have a button, btn warning. Okay, so just think, so we've got that button. Then the only thing I need is just this SVG in there. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this UI would look like. Okay, there's a couple of stylings that I'll probably also need to add in here. So okay, this is gonna be using a table, just gonna apply so this is that 1 divided by 5 text center to 15 pixels, age of 52 pixels, text SSL, this is text, which is 2 border, solid border. So I want to have like a solid border white. Okay. And then we want to just apply margin auto. We have a row data. So we want to just apply a width of 4. So we want to have an nth and so we want to have an nth child. So basically here what we're doing is odd, and so if it's actually odd, we'll just apply a BG and just apply a BG of custom blue opacity. Okay, else then we'll just have these stylings. So you can just also take a moment and pause. Just copy these in. Okay, so what's gonna happen here, we're gonna have like a red opacity one, which just implements this. We're gonna have that blue opacity, which is gonna apply that stylings, so forth, so forth. So yeah, so this is what we're gonna just need for that table component. So seeing that we've done that, there's another thing we probably also want to do is on our expense service, we would want to also build like our actual table. So in our expense service, so because we know that this function should be used both, it could be used both on the home page and the details page. So that's why we just want to create it here. So build expense table. If you like, you can, but I think expense is a good place to have it. So what you're gonna do over here is it's gonna take in an argument of expenses and expense as table data config, which is an array. So this is what you're gonna return in there. So what are we doing? Alright, so we're just basically saying expenses.map so we're saying expenses.map okay, and we're just gonna say return. Okay, so what are we return? So we say ID. So we'll just say ID equals to this item. So this is coming from item of expense. Item.id, name, item.name. Then we've got amount, which is coming from item.amount. Amount, date should come from item.date. And then we should have a budget, come from item.budget, category.name, and then the color should come from item.budget category.color. I think that's all we need. So now in the home page, right, we need to have a section where we just build that. So we're gonna have expense table data, which is table data config, which is just gonna be an array of that. And what we're gonna do is here we need like an expense service dot get this data. Then we just subscribe. So we subscribe to that. We say expense. Okay. Then here, what we basically do is expenses. So just have an expense service dot build table, then we'll just pass it this results. Yes, so we're passing it in this results. So here we'll just have expenses, which is then equal to this dot expense service dot we get all these expenses from local storage, and then we just use this expense service dot build. So basically what this will do over here, it will just get it from local storage, but obviously here on the first go on init, it won't subscribe because there's nothing to subscribe to, because that observable has not actually emitted any changes to it. So the moment it emits a change, then it will run this function for us. So now that we have all that set up, the thing that's probably then that we probably need to do is can copy this guy. Should be careful with copying code. Okay, so okay, because now I did this, but I forgot to say expense table equals, right, expense table equal to that. Then I just use this expense table. Then so this is what recent expenses. So this is gonna be recent expenses and expense table. Nope, we don't need this. The only thing we need is app.table config. Okay, so what I need is to come here and save this up. So I need a config. Okay, so what's happening here? Oh, it's not, it's data. Okay, now let's see what happens is, so config bind since, okay, what's happening? Okay, so cannot bind to config since it isn't a property of table. No, that shouldn't be the case here. So what should happen now, right? So let's say I say coffee, and then I say that, add it to this guy and add. What happens? Let's just say local. So currently we don't have that So over here we said expense. Oh, we forgot to use expense service.add expense, which is in this one expense. Okay, so now we can say coffee, say 10 rand, and this goes to sips. Then the moment we add that, this should add it here, but we are encountering a bit of an issue. Yeah, so we are encountering a bit of an issue. But now if I were to remove this, okay, so this should be fine. So this should be fine, and then if I add another one, okay, I see this is working, but we are seeing a bit of like an issue here because we are not updating the spent value, and we might be asking ourselves, why is that the case? So we should probably just check out like our code as to why. Okay, so when I add an expense, so I add an expense, so this would set okay. So there's more to it, right? So when I add an expense, right, there should be something that's updated. So the moment I add then I need to update that expense because it's not just adding here. So it should be update expense, and then this is expenses and budget.id. Yes. So yeah, that should be the case. Now let me just delete this account, create it again. HH house, which is 3K. And then what happens if I say water? And then I say it's $100. Yes, you see now what's happening is the moment I add water and $100, it does calculate the percentage of that. So let me just try to add another one, maybe food, say 200. So it adds that. Then I just say snack, which was like $50, falls under food. So I see that I've spent $50 on snacks, and then if I just say coffee, which is then $50, and it falls under food, if I add that coffee, you'll see that it's actually showing down there. But now if I go to this page, then it doesn't necessarily do anything, right? So what do I then want to do? So okay, I know that it's actually fine, but I'd firstly want to go ahead and create this delete, right, functionality. So how is it gonna work? So I know that here, okay, so what I'm gonna do is come to my actual table component here, have an output. So an output emitter, so this would just say delete or remove row, and then this is going to be an event emitter. Alright, that's just going to pass in this table config, which is new event emitter. Okay, so this is gonna come from Angular. Then what's happening here is when I click on this button, okay, which one is it? Yes, this is the one, right? So when I click on this button, so what I want to do is call a handle action, and then just pass an item. Yes, so I'll have like an item which is passing in this table, config in this dot delete row or row remove. Just gonna pass it this item. Okay. 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 Okay, this is fine. Let's see if I go to this table row, which TDH is that now? It is okay, interesting. Let's see. So I've got one. Oh no. So I've got name. Oh, I forgot this guy. Amount, right? So I've got everything I need. So the moment I press on this should emit something. Now if I go to the home and actually say this, and then handle delete, then just pass it this guy. The moment I just handle this delete, what should happen? So this should call an expense, delete, so this should actually try to delete by ID, right? Delete. So this is delete. Expense by ID. So I don't have this method over here, so ID, which is a string, this is expense ID, expense dot ID equals to this expense ID. So everything that doesn't have an expense ID, so what should happen is, so everything where this expense ID is not that should be removed. Yes, that's the correct way. Okay, so now which is gonna be delete expense by ID. So this is gonna be expense, which is X. Oh. Let me see something. Alright, so we're gonna have a table data, right? So this is gonna be data.id. Yes, so this is fine. So now let's go ahead and try to see what's gonna happen. So if I were to delete this, that does remove, and that does actually, so let me see. So if I remove this 100, it should be 0. So what is happening? So it's actually removing. Okay, let's see. So we are removing that, but we are not actually going about updating. Right, so what should be happening is the moment we remove, right, then we call this the update expenses. Right, so the moment we remove, we should update. We should be updating the expenses with the expense. So there's something that we didn't do right? So when we delete an expense, we also need to delete that expense. Okay, so here we might need to do something that's a bit different. So we've got to delete expenses by, so if we delete expenses by budget, so we delete all of those expenses with that budget, right? But if we delete an expense by ID, what we need is we need to find that expense and also pass in that budget. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so what we need to do is say this expense. Okay, so we need to say all of these expense. So we say from expenses. So expenses. So this expense. So we're just trying to find if this expense is null, then we just want to throw an error which says cannot delete expense that does not exist. Okay, but else if that expense exists, so we say expense.budget category.id. Okay, interesting. So what should happen now, right? So if I say coffee, then I say $100, and that falls under food, that does that. If I say drink, which says $10, which falls under food, that should do the trick. But if I delete this one, it should remove from there. If I delete that one, it should also remove from there. So basically now it's actually doing what we should be doing, so which is fine. Okay, let's just remove all our console logs because we don't want that. Now application, and this as well. So if you have gotten this far, please if you'd like to support me, just go to the link in the description and you'll find a link that says buy me a coffee. You can just open up that link and yeah, you can just support me. Okay, the next thing we'd want to do is, so now we've tied everything here, the home page. So let me see now if I were to delete this account, bug array, so we just say house, Okay, awesome. I think that works fine. So now let's go to this page, right? So in the details page, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have an actual budget detail page, and here in the detail page we're just gonna go to the HTML of that. So we're gonna have a budget detail container. So the width is full width, the height should be full, flex, the column is flex column, so that's the direction, flex direction. The Y set to 8, P6 is the padding. Now we're gonna have like an H2 class of text 2XL. Okay, it's 5XL. 5XL. Font. This font is bold. Okay. Awesome. Then now we're gonna have a span. Class. Okay. So this is text. Okay, interesting. So there, I'll just come back to it. So this is gonna be just red for now. Okay, this is gonna be red for now. Then what are we gonna do here? So this has to implement an on init, ng on init. Okay, there's a couple of things that we might need. So the first one is a budget card config, right? So this is going to be a budget card config. Alright, and then we're going to have a table. So it's expense table data, which is just going to be table config data, and a budget ID, which is just going to be a string. It's empty when it starts off, and then I have a constructor here. We might need a router. Okay. Then we're gonna have an expense service, which is just an expense service. Okay, and here we know that we've once used like an expense form. So what we're gonna do is, and here, so instead of this guy, so we'll just use a reactive form. Okay, just import a couple of stuff. Okay, so we've got like an expense. What do we need now? So we also need to also import or inject an activated route. So the reason why we injecting this activated route is so that we can get the budget ID. So this is gonna be activated route dot params that subscribe to those parameters params. params budget ID equals to param. So just trying to get the ID from there, and then this dot initialize data. So this is the function that I'm just gonna create here, and you'll see why. So this is gonna pass in, okay, even, okay, so const expenses, so it's this dot get that expenses that get. So we want to get an expense by budget ID. So here we'll pass in like this budget ID. So then the table, and this is the expense table data, will be expense service.build table data, which is coming in from these expenses. Yes. Then we'll have a section over here where we subscribe to this expenses, so which is like basically the same thing that happens here in the home page, but the difference would be that we should be filtering out the results. So let's see, get expenses by expense by budget ID. So we're saying get expenses by budget ID. That's the very same thing we should be using here. Let's see. Yes. So we should be getting this expenses by expense ID, which is coming in from this. Then results. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Then this is gonna help us to get our actual table. And what's gonna then we're gonna use here in this initialized data is this budget. So budget. So we wanna get from budget service. So we just also need to import or inject a budget service, which is budget service. Okay, so the service dot also need to know what we're doing there. So we get this service by budget ID, which then we use this get this by budget ID, and this dot budget card equals to the name, so we use the name, so budget spent, so the color of this is going to be a budget.color. Click. Okay, so there's something that you're gonna probably notice now is on click. So when we're in the details page, instead of having a view details, we're gonna have like a delete button. So we'll call like a delete budget function, which is just gonna call, right, just gonna pass in that. or we don't even need to because we're using the same budget ID throughout, so we don't even need this. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen now. Alrighty, so now we can just go ahead and initialize this data. Okay, so we can have budget card dot the name. So if we go to that details page, we say budget card name, and we just say overview, because this is the overview of that. Okay, then we flex with this full. This is 8. So we've got a budget card, and then is deleted is set to true, so that we've got that deleted state. Okay, and then class. This is 40%. Okay. Okay, so we've got this budget card that's coming in, which is good. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay. So it's another, we have this budget card, and then we've got this form wrapper. So this is that's the form on the right that we need to render. So this is going to be flex 1. I have to take all the available space, and basically this form is what we have from the home page, right? So it's basically what we have from the home page. The only thing that we're just gonna remove on that form is the select tag. So we're just gonna remove the select tag and add in this. It's just a repetition of code. We remove the select tag and add in that. So we know that we've got the form with the name, so we covered this, and then we also have an add expense function. So this add expense function will basically do the same thing as well. So literally, if we go to the home page, what you'll do is actually you're trying to get the category, right? So we try to get the category using this budget ID. We try to generate this. Okay, so we'll need an import this function, which is uv as uuid from uid. Okay, interesting. So the moment you have that, okay, so v4 uuid v4. So this will generate this uuid. We're getting the name, the category, the amount that's coming in from there, and then here we don't need to initialize this, and we can just go ahead and do that. Okay, now if I come here to this screen, save this. Yeah, now you can see that we also have this side. Okay, so let's see what actually happens. So if I say coffee, right? And then I say $20. So this does this adding of that, right? So if I say snack over $100, so this does it all proper, but there's one thing that we'll probably need to check. So let's go to the home page. So the amount that reflects here is the same amount that's being calculated this side, but the only thing that we haven't added in the details page is actually, so let me just close this guy and close this. So the only thing that I haven't added here is the expenses. So how do I go about doing that? So what I do is I say if, only if with a table, but expense table and expense table data dot length only if it's greater than 0, right? Should I then display this table with its own data? Okay, currently I don't think I can do this because I'll need to import this table component, then pass in the data, which is expense table, and then remove handle action for removing, which is then this guy. Okay, let's see what happens is this item, which is going to be a table. So this is coming in from table data config. So what I need to know is when I delete an expense, what's going to happen, right? So this is going to be this dot expense service dot delete by expense ID. So when I delete by expense ID, I just say pass in this dot initialize data. Okay, yeah. So this is basically why I was having the initialized data. So what happens is with initialized data is every time that function is going to be called, then okay, I think I need this function. So every time I delete an expense, I'll just initialize the data, which will just re-render what's on in it over there to refresh my card, and that should be fine. So let's see what happens now. Currently, yes, if I go back to this and say right, and then I just say right, yes. So this is all good. Okay, what I would need to then do is come here and then have a UI, because the color there should also be matching with the colors of all those other stuff. So this would be public UI service, then UI service. Okay, all right. So this should use this dot generate budget dot color text, right? So that text let's see if I try this way. Let's see if it's gonna work. Alright, okay, so this dot this. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, now we know that this guy now we've got this budget cards dot color. Okay, we've got that budget color dot color. And let's see if that's gonna work. Okay, let's see. So basically what I'm trying to do is say UI service to change the colors so that it's actually the same. So we'll just have to use a public UI service. Okay, so we've got a public UI service that generate this guy. Then it's budget color dots color text. Yes, so this is the way it should be, right? So say now I say something for $300 and yeah. Okay, if I delete this guy and then I say it's 300. Okay, then yeah, basically this is how it should then show that color over here. So what I was basically trying to change was this color to match all these colors that are in there. What else should I try out? Oh, the delete. Yes, the delete doesn't do that. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, nothing happens. So I should have a delete, right? So when I try to delete, I'm gonna call this delete function, but I need to, okay, I'm calling that delete function. Okay. Let's see. So I'm trying to delete like a budget, right? So this is gonna be saying expense, right, dot delete expense by budget, which is then gonna take in this dot budget ID, in this dot budget service dot delete budget ID dot router dot navigate, because what I want to do is I want to delete these budgets, and then so when I delete a budget, I want to delete all the expenses linked to that budget and also delete the actual budget card. So let me see what happens. So let's say I click on this delete, so that should do the honors. Yeah, so if I were to view this and delete, then here I shouldn't see anything. So I guess all of that works. So now if I were to create this again, so this would say bug array, this is compute enter 3K monitor 300. Then if I add something else like house, and I say $400. If I add, so if I say now house, so mop, this is 120, and I add this. What else? It's chips for the house. If I were to buy chips that cost me 120, right? So the house, then that's that, then that's that. So if I were to delete, okay, say housey, which is $12, adds that. If I go to the home page, I should see all of them. If I delete one, come here, yeah, this basically functions as expected. So yeah, this is just it for this video. No, this was a long one, but I hope it actually like really helped. And if you're new to the channel and you really like this video, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Now, peace.